is persecuting its own people. And that law had been applied to Gaddafi, had applied to many cases in Ivory Coast. And why cannot be applied to DRC? That's the international mechanism. And for the regional mechanism, is an understanding that there is not a successful integration of regional mechanism, regional community, without eradicating the ideology that's ramping in this area. How can you do trade? We talk about trade between the countries. How would you do trade when countries are promoting hatred, fueling hatred between one group of people, between countries? That is already a problem. So going to solutions is a principle to understand that integration is not possible without such an acknowledgement. And secondly, it is really creating some kind of a legal mechanism similar to the ad hoc mechanism of ICTR, where there is an understanding the exterminations of Tutsi in Congo are endangered communities, and putting that at the agenda of a regional mechanism. Why? Because even if there's no interest in a small group being persecuted, almost, I'd often say that countries do speak about minority when the persecutor of a minority is against their interest. That's the only time powerful countries speak about minorities. But actually, it is a barrier. That tiny minority, it is a barrier to look the progress that Rwanda has made 31 years later. But it's being drawn into something going on in the DRC. That's holding the country to progress. So if we don't get rid of such an issue at the regional level and put that issue of persecution of a Tutsi minority in Eastern Congo, we have a barrier to progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's even more challenging when you consider that the same, that I call malevolent, the same malevolent colonial forces and colonial interests are still very much at play. And then my next question is as to Dr. Kimonyo on this. When we talk about, the political manipulation, the neo-colonialism, which is not even that new, because it's the same actors enacting the same colonial script in the region, perpetuating this genocide ideology. And I want to give an example. His Excellency President Paul Kagame often mentions when he's commenting on the conflict in the Eastern DRC that it's a conflict between Congolese. He keeps mentioning and highlighting the fact that the M23 are Congolese. And to that he's met, I've seen it in the international reaction is somewhat dismissive of that, but then met with the same mantra, no, M23 must withdraw from the entirety of Congo. And to that people say, well, where should they go? Because we understand this movement between the region, and this is a political manipulation of even the refugee issue. A lot of the M23 soldiers were refugees in the entire region. So how do you, as we're talking about strategies, how do we confront this political manipulation that feeds into this persistence and spread of genocide ideology when you take into account the fact that colonial powers such as Belgium are still very much stakeholders in this issue? You've analyzed the challenges that Rwanda has encountered in the national reconstruction. I'm sure you're seeing parallels in how Rwanda has addressed this. Do you see any strategies there? How can we address this issue?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back a bit to what I just said. I think that at the end of the day, especially for the international community and the community of states, the issue is an issue of political choice. Are you supporting the project of exterminating part of the population of a certain country or not? And this political choice seems to be dictated by political and economic interests by a number of members of the international community. So I think it's clear. The relation between states is very hard and very calculating. And in spite of everything, we can see, for example, a country that is so close to the issue that we're talking about, like Belgium, acting the way it is acting. If there's a country that shouldn't act that way, it should be Belgium, because of the number of layers of responsibility that Belgium has, and starting first by the redrawing boundaries of different countries that when they created the Congo, for example, taking part of Rwandan territory. They are the ones who are responsible of that. Mr. Bizimana told us about the role Belgium played in creating the ideology of genocide in Rwanda. Very much so, it's very clear. And then in '94, there's other things that they did. Among those things, it was when their peacekeepers were killed, 10 of them were killed, they decided to orchestrate an international campaign to have the whole UN military mission, to be withdrawn, the whole of it. And as soon as they started it, what's the name again of this? It was anyway. The mission was withdrawn because the Belgium made a protracted campaign to have the whole mission to be withdrawn, and that's when Rwanda was completely abandoned. So 41 years after that, seeing what Belgium is doing, it's beyond comprehension. But states have their way of viewing, and we have to maybe not respect it, but at least to understand that. My colleague talked about legal instruments, international legal instruments, treaties, and laws, and institutions, and everything. And I think my two colleagues here also talked about that also very eloquently. But at the end of the day, if you want to combat an ideology of genocide, the burden to combat the ideology of genocide effectively is on the target of that ideology, is on the victim of that ideology. That's the most important agents and the most effective agents to combat it. Not third parties. Third party can help or support. That's possible. But at the end of the day, it is those who are firstly concerned by that should stand up. How we can help? Yes, I think that we also have a certain clarity of purpose. We should help those who are combating for their rights. That's the most effective way of combating ideology of genocide, because we've seen that using those instruments that exist. Those existed in '94. This didn't prevent the world to abandon Rwanda. Why the idea of genocide? Finally, the genocide was defeated by the victims and the targets of this ideology. We have sometimes with all of this that we are talking about, being realistic and see what is really going on. So the best way of combating an ideology of genocide is to support those actors or agents that are combating it really. And they are the targets and the victims.
Thank you. And speaking of support on the actors that are combating this genocide ideology and the spread of it within the existing system, Minister Bizimana mentioned how recently, in a first for the genocide against the Tutsis in France, a person was convicted of genocide denial. And I just want to bring back to these legal systems that are in place for Florida, from Madam Kawasinga, if you can tell us, with your own expertise, legal expertise, when you look at the legal mechanisms available, both in Rwanda, in other countries, and internationally, what more could be done? If to support, of course, the people that are fighting the good fight, but also what more could be done to hold accountable those who continue to spread genocide ideology beyond Rwanda's borders, especially when you consider that in a lot of systems, these narratives are protected or even amplified under the guise of freedom of expression.
First of all, let me say something about what Dr. Mtung said. There's nothing that is happening in the DRC that did not happen in this country. Nothing. Not the rhetoric, not even the cannibalism. At the ICTR, we actually had cases where the fact that victims' body parts were actually eaten during the genocide, we had that evidence. So the same script, the same everything of what is happening in the Eastern DRC happened here in 1994. On the question of whose concern is it about ideology and perpetration, there is no way it is only an issue that concerns this country. And I'll tell you why. In 1994, this ideology was on the streets, perhaps contained within our borders, and you could say it was a concern perhaps of one jurisdiction. But how is it perpetrated at the moment? You have people that are using social media, sitting in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in France, and they're beaming that through YouTube and other social media into Rwanda. The fact that the language that is being used is Kinyarwanda does not mean that those countries are not concerned or should not be concerned. The intended audience, obviously, are Rwandans. So when you talk about freedom of speech is never absolute. Because our history has shown us in this country that words actually have the power to kill. And that's how it starts. So the same way genocide is perpetrated using state apparatus should be brought to bear to stop genocide ideology in the various capitals where it's happening. If you look at the statistics of who is accused of genocide denial, revisionism, minimization in this country, you will actually realize it's post-genocide generation. People who are teenagers, people who are in their early 30s, they were probably extremely young, 2, 3, 4 years old during the genocide. Why is that happening? When you see the proliferation of genocide ideology that is coming through YouTube, and you know in our country, people have smartphones, they can access this information very, very easily. And that's how you end up finding a 20-year-old killing a Tutsi neighbor who is a survivor. These are real life consequences. But how many states, in fact, have condemned this in their laws? Dr. Bizimana mentioned France. 2017, they extended the law against denial of the Holocaust to include genocides such as what happened in this country and others that have been found to have been perpetrated through UN courts and those that have been recognized by the UN. But let me tell you how countries that don't take this seriously are going to have consequences eventually. There are cities in the world where you have big concentrations of Rwandan community. I have friends in Europe that tell me when they're walking on the streets, because of this ideology, they actually say they are Burundians. They don't want to say they are Rwandans. They say, I'm from Burundi, I'm from Uganda, because it actually has consequences. If you are, let's say, on the street of London, and you have a megaphone, and you're screaming and saying, cockroaches must be hunted down and killed, it has no impact, right? People are going to think you're probably crazy. and take you to a psych ward, right? But if a Rwandan hears that, what happens? Because that is an order to hunt down Tutsi and kill them. So this country has enacted laws to make sure that people are held accountable to denial, revisionism, and all of that. But if you actually go to a country in the West and you tell them this person is talking about genocide denial, it should be condemned, the words that are used are usually innocuous, right? To a Western ear. If you say, you know, cockroaches are bad, they need to be killed, somebody's going to tell you, of course, I will hunt down a cockroach and kill it. But that's not the meaning. So we must educate people everywhere what this means. What does it mean, genocide denial? And it has real life consequences. So that's the thing that people don't understand, especially the fact that freedom of expression is not absolute. There is no law in the world that says freedom of expression is an absolute right. And in every law in every country, you actually have exceptions. Even the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights has exceptions. Even the First Amendment in the US has exceptions. And those exceptions must be contextual, okay? So that's the understanding that people need to take away and know that if you have a concentration, for example, of Rwandan community in your country, if this ideology is allowed to fester and go unchecked because of freedom of expression, you are going to have members of the Rwandan community in those cities killing each other, okay? Those are real life consequences. And so states must enact laws, because if somebody is sitting in a capital somewhere in the West and is using social media to actually do genocide denial, it becomes extremely hard for Rwanda to ask for extradition if there is no reciprocity in the laws of those states. So laws must be enacted, there must be changes in order to stop genocide ideology.
And thank you very much for highlighting this issue, that there are nuances that need to be, you know, linguistic, cultural nuances that need to be captured by the legal frameworks of these countries where we have diaspora. And I recall a few days ago, there was a concert that was prepared in Paris. It was actually supposed to take place on the 7th of April. A concert where officially it was for the benefit of the children in DRC. However, you find that the rhetoric behind the organizers, one of them, the headliner, Maître Gims, a rapper, has just been spreading very inflammatory talk that has been met with indifference. For instance, at some point he looked into a camera and said, it is not with orange juice that you calm the hatred of a Tutsi, mimicking gestures of a gun. And for people who are so divorced from the realities, do not understand, but there's a large, very large Congolese community in Europe, very large Rwandan community in Europe, and this message is quite clearly understood by who they are beaming it to. And there was, when the concert was rescheduled, because a lot of people were asking, we're not asking for you to stop it, we're asking that it be rescheduled to another date, because we understand that by choosing the international commemoration, the day of international commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi, there's another element of provocation that is happening. And in that, there was a lot of mobilization. The prefecture of Paris, the chief of police of Paris did not wake up out of the blue and decide to stop this concert. It's because of the mobilization of people that were there. And this brings me to a community, a point that is always emphasized by Ms. Wairi Munderitu, the importance of community, especially when we're talking about genocide prevention and the suppression of genocide ideology, that it has to be capable of implementation by the community. So I just wanted for you to speak a bit more on that, on the role of the community as a counterforce for this deeply entrenched hatred ideology, really. How can the community come together? How can the community be harnessed as a force to address genocide ideology?
Thank you. Thinking about community, and community in the way it can be defined in so many ways, in terms of being small community, being a large community. I think in terms of genocide ideology, I think the 31st commemoration that we're having right now provides a very pivotal moment for Rwanda. And I'm thinking of Rwanda as a community among nations in the world. Rwanda that has been such a leader on so many aspects. For Rwanda to provide leadership, lead us in a global conversation on what do policy frameworks on genocide ideology look like. Because we have this assumption that people around the world do know what genocide ideology is, like all the nuances that both of you have spoken about, like they need to be really put out there so that people then see this from that perspective. And also in whatever communities people are in, religious communities, you know, if you are in political parties, whatever community you are in, I think very important to underline the fact that, you know, a genocide happened here in 1994, and that the UN General Assembly gave this genocide its proper name. And the name of this genocide is a genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So important to pass this information to communities that we all are in. If you are in a trade unionist community, if you are in a teachers community, to explain to everyone that if the Tutsi were not targeted for destruction in whole or in part in this country, that then no Hutu moderate would have been killed, no peacekeeper would have been killed. They were killed because the peacekeepers, the Hutu moderates, anyone who was not Tutsi was killed because they were standing in the way of the complete annihilation of the Tutsi community. So if you're still using the words Rwandan genocide in official communication, in whatever you are doing, in normal conversation, then know that you are speaking the language of the perpetrator, you are speaking the language of the denier. So it's absolutely important that we call this genocide for what it is. If we are to speak to our humanity, the humanity that made us all say never again, and we hope this never happens anywhere again, and we know it happens again, let's call what happened, what happened. We call the Holocaust, we must call this genocide by its proper name. Its proper name is a genocide that happened against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And then in terms of communities as well, thinking of what is going on, for example, in this genocide ideology that is spreading, we are not looking at the bigger picture of artificial intelligence. What does it mean when all these false narratives keep being put out? When all these media houses, very strong media houses, are putting out false narratives on exactly what is happening? What does it mean when, again, we start blaming victims for what happened to them? What then does it mean for artificial intelligence? It means that artificial intelligence will pick up those lies, and before we know it, then this will be considered as the truth. So we have to be very, 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 we have to form a community amongst ourselves in terms of ensuring that the right ideology goes out, and that's not the genocide ideology, it's the fact of what exactly happened in this country. You know, in my previous occupation, in my previous position, I engaged a lot with the communities in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The genocide deniers of Srebrenica borrowed from the Holocaust deniers. And the genocide deniers of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, they also borrow from Holocaust deniers. Look at the arguments that they make that Florida has outlined about numbers, about where, all those kind of things, and you see the similarities. And so, really, we must come together as a community that understands what genocides do, and that genocides are specifically targeted to specific people, and that those people are not targeted because they are deserving of genocide, but it's because this ideology has been built against them. So we must understand that there are people who wake up every day and what they are just putting out is denial. They are putting out inversion. They are trivializing the genocide. So we have all the legal frameworks that we've mentioned about. The African Union's Constitutive Act is very clear in terms of prevention of genocide. We have the ICGLR protocols that I mentioned earlier that require that every country in the Great Lakes region must have a committee to prevent genocide. We have all these laws and legislations. The UN, all these international bodies have all these laws. However, we must put it to ourselves as communities in terms of how do we make all this operational? How do we make this, how do we make this come down to the ground? And then, very important, because we are here for the 31st commemoration, very important that we speak to one of the places where the ideology is so prominent, and of course I'm speaking about the DRC. It's extremely important, and Florida, when you say that young people are now the ones who are being involved in genocide denial, how much do these young people know in terms of facts? Because we have to counter, we know the way the circle of socialization works. When a young child is growing up, they get their information from their families. And unless that information is countered by schools, is countered by media institutions, is countered in other spaces, they will continue going on with this information. We must speak to the fact that when a genocide happened here in 1994, that there was a huge refugee movement to DRC, and that in that refugee movement, there were quite a number of people who had participated in killing people here, who had participated in the genocide. And those people haven't been brought to account. We must speak to that. We must also speak to the fact that M23 did not exist before the 1994 genocide. That M23 began to exist when this mass movement of people went there. Among them, the 500 people who are then to be indicted, over 500 people who are then to be indicted by the ICTR, and that's when the M23 was formed. We must speak to the fact that the focus on M23 is huge and immense, yet there are more than 130 armed groups in the Kivus. Why do we not speak to those 130 or more than 100 armed groups in the Kivu? Who is benefiting from this narrative that focuses on M23? And we must also speak to the fact and not be afraid of the truth, because the truth is also that among those more than 100 armed groups, M23 is the only one that is fighting for survival. It's the only group that is fighting against an ideology. There are no other ideologies against these other armed groups. So unless we ensure that we speak facts, then it becomes almost impossible to counter what we are seeing in front of us. And so then that brings me to, what did Rwanda do when the world abandoned Rwanda to itself? Rwanda reached into itself and had conversations with itself and decided we actually had homegrown methods that could work in the current situation. We don't have to wait for somebody else to come in. So all these homegrown methods came up, and they are so impressive in terms of how to deal with each particular situation. And the video that we saw when we first came in spoke to some of those homegrown methods. And so then Now I'm speaking to the African Union, I'm speaking to the East African community, and I'm asking, when do we look into these homegrown methods of sorting out some of these issues? Because these homegrown methods will also speak to the larger problems, and the larger problems include the fact that if you go to the Kivus today, or to much of Africa, you'll find weapons that not even national armies have. Where are these weapons coming from? We know that there is an existing willing seller, willing buyer market for these weapons in this continent, but we must speak to the fact of who is arming these armed groups, who is benefiting from armed groups being armed. So we must speak to those facts. So speaking to a community approach, we are speaking to looking into ourselves and thinking. So we've been looking out to the world and trying to get solutions for what is going on. We've been trying as much as possible to bring out the issues that are happening. We've been trying to bring out these narratives, and when I say we, I'm speaking about the fact that even I, in my previous position, the things I'm saying now, I said them. I used to put out statements and say, this is what is happening. But then, the larger aspect of that speaks against the truth. That is what we must speak against, because we really must tell the truth. And let's never again means nothing. We must tell the truth. And as I said earlier, that communities who've already been targeted for genocide are 3 times likely to be targeted again. The stereotypes exist. You've heard the explanation that if you stand on a street in Europe and talk about cockroaches, nobody will understand. But those who are being called to action will understand that this is the moment to go again for a community that's been targeted for genocide. So we must reach into ourselves. This is the year 2025. We must remember what it felt like after the genocide in 1994 and ask ourselves honestly, what is it that made those who do not speak for the Tutsi today not speak for them? Really ask yourself that question. Really ask your governments that question. Really ask your governments, what is this that makes it possible to stand with perpetrators of genocide? Why would any government stand with perpetrators of genocide? So, and of course, I end by saying what I began by saying in the beginning, that if your government is protecting genocide perpetrators, it's absolutely important to ask the question, why are we protecting genocide perpetrators? People who have been indicted by an international criminal tribunal, why are we protecting them? And they are all over the world. So I've spoken specifically about the over 530 in DRC. There are many others in many other countries. And we must really, really, really ask of ourselves questions. How meaningful can the 31st commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi be if we cannot speak to the fact that we have allowed perpetrators to live free, we have allowed perpetrators to continue the genocide ideology, we have allowed narratives that are completely false to be put out against a victim community. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for those words. Quite edifying, and I would like to thank you all panelists for that, for really putting everything into perspective. The continuation of the genocide ideology entails the continuation of the genocide against the Tutsi. It merely changed locale. And because of our shared history in the region, because of our identity-based politics, right? It has enabled this genocide ideology to just merely change borders. Borders are end up being meaningless in the grand scheme of things. And we have to confront this ideology as a political project, which has a lot of interested stakeholders, colonial powers, international community, which at this point, passivity is complicity to some certain extent. And we have to confront the real facts surrounding the genocide against the Tutsi, the real existential threat to the Tutsi community in the region. And when we consider the existential threat to Rwanda, we're talking about it's an existential threat to the entire regional community, really. We have to confront these facts. We have to confront and challenge the gaps and failures of the international systems and national systems in place, as so eloquently put by Florida. So I'd like to thank you. I'm going to very, very briefly, because we are very, very pressed for time, open the floor to just 2 questions. And if you have questions, to just very, very briefly ask your question, and one of our very esteemed panelists will be able to answer the question. So we have one question there, and let me identify another person who would be willing to ask a question. So, sorry. So table 14 and this gentleman there. Yes, let's start with table 14. Thank you.
My name is Innocent Nzilyayo. I'm a member of collective of lawyer of Banyamulenge, Tutsi, and Hema. I'm glad to be here today. My question is about what His Excellency Minister Bizimana has made it clear that, which I quote, in 2003, the UN established the obligation to commemorate the 1994 genocide against Tutsi, and this was reaffirmed by Security Council in 2014. Today, some cities in Belgium has banned public commemoration. To me, this is genocide denial. What is UN response to this? In my opinion, a commission should have been created urgently to gather all the necessary evidence in order to initiate legal action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nzilyayo. And the gentleman over there on table, I can see the table number. 13, table 13, would like to ask his question as well. So he's...
Thank you to the panelists, and our deepest respect to everyone here present. We've had quite a great session of learning, and my name is Paul Uda. I serve as the student representative lead at the African Leadership University. My question here is, what concrete steps, and is directed at Dr. Alice. Yeah, so the question here is, what concrete steps can the UN take to dismantle networks of genocide, denial, and hate speeches across borders? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very pertinent question. And I think, okay, one very last question from the gentleman at the back of the venue here.
Thank you. My names are Karangwa Semnaga Driss Marie, currently president of University of Kigali.
Sorry, can you please repeat your name?
Karangwa Semnaga Driss Marie. And also the most recent product of Inagamburuzwa, 5th edition. And first of all, like my previous speaker said, I would like to thank everyone here, especially the guests, for this thought-provoking and awe-inspiring conversation. My question, if the panel may allow, I would like it to direct it to Florida Kabasinga, mainly emphasizing on what gaps do you see in the current legal frameworks when it comes to prosecuting genocide denial and revisionism. Thank you so much. That was it.
Sorry, just to clarify your question, you're asking the gaps to prosecuting here in Rwanda, genocide denial?
Yes, mainly nationally here in Rwanda, yes, but also on an international perspective, if possible.
Absolutely, thank you. Because I think she has answered about the international perspective, but maybe she could expand a bit more. So thank you very much for all these questions. I think we're going to start with the minister who got the first question. Mr. Nzilyayo asked about whether Belgian cities banning the commemoration could be considered an act of genocide denial. Actually, he affirms it is an act of genocide denial. And if there shouldn't be an urgent commission placed to assess and address this issue.
Bon, évidemment, je ne vais pas parler au nom de la Belgique, mais je l'ai bien dit aussi dans ma présentation, c'est une violation du droit international. Parce que actuellement, vous entendez souvent, même sur Twitter et autres social media, le ministre Maxime Prévost dire que la Belgique applique le droit international en ce qui concerne la demande de sanctions qu'il fait contre le Rwanda. Mais la décision du Conseil de sécurité est obligatoire pour tous les États membres des Nations Unies. Idem pour la résolution de l'Assemblée générale. Or, la décision de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies du 26 janvier 2018 stipule que tous les États sont tenus de respecter une journée, le 7 avril, de réflexion sur le génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis au Rwanda, et donc de laisser se dérouler les commémorations de ce génocide. Si la Belgique les interdit, c'est une violation totale de cette obligation qui s'impose à tous les États membres des Nations Unies. C'est ce que je peux répondre. Sinon, pour les mobiles, ils appartiennent de façon interne à la Belgique.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. On va se tourner vers les panélistes. Madame Alice Nweri Munderitu, they asked on the concrete steps the UN can take to just dismantle these genocide denial and ideologues.
So first, I can't speak for the UN because I do not work there anymore. I can only speak to what we were able to do. But also, I think it's extremely important. You know, the president of the International Residue Mechanism, IRMCT, Judge Graciela, she's in the room. If she could get an opportunity to speak, I think that would be great, because they've done so much work in terms of putting together the International Residue, Mechanism, speaking to both the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Like taking the work forward. But I think the minister has partly answered this question, because he's spoken about the UN General Assembly, and the UN Security Council, and the naming, of course, the International Day of Commemoration. As we speak, there are commemorations going on right now in the UN. There are commemorations that are going on at the African Union. And it was actually the UN General Assembly also that gave us the name, the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. It's a UN General Resolution. I must say that when I joined the UN, at that time, genocide denial was not something that was being addressed, like in a big way. And Holocaust denial was being addressed, and especially by UNESCO then. And when I went to Srebrenica, and then an incident there made me understand, including, of course, the Commission of Inquiry that was put together by Republika Srpska to prove that a genocide didn't happen in Srebrenica. It made me understand why we have to walk Holocaust denial alongside genocide denial, that you cannot not talk about genocide denial. And then, Gregory Stanton, Professor Gregory Stanton, who we were actually here with not so long ago, he came up with that list of what happens when a genocide is being planned, and his last, number 10, is a genocide denial. So it is, of course, expected that when you plan something of the magnitude of genocide, that then you will deny. So what we did, we came up with the first paper policy by the UN that linked Holocaust and genocide denial. It's available. If you look for it online, it's there. It speaks very specifically to recommendations of what the UN can do, what member states can do in terms of this whole aspect of denial. But I must say that the other thing that needs to happen is it's really a consistent remembrance by UN officials, especially, on the reasons why the UN was created in the first place, because it was created after the Second World War on the Never Again call. The office that I led itself was created because of what happened here, of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And actually, in the letter that was written by the Secretary General to the Security Council, then Kofi Annan, it says to avoid a repetition of the genocide that happened like against the Tutsi in Rwanda, then we need this kind of office. So the mechanisms are there. The UN has the frameworks, the mechanisms, it has the offices, but of course much more needs to be done. Political will by member states, because as I think Alex mentioned responsibility to protect. Ultimately, for responsibility to protect to happen, the Security Council has to make a decision, and that decision is the veto powers in the Security Council. I can say with certainty, and I'm saying this with certainty, would almost ensure that we are not able to get another responsibility to protect. Something really needs to shift for us to get to that space where a decision can be made by the Security Council that says we recognize that people here are suffering, are being killed, are being targeted because of their identity, and they are not being protected because of our political positions. Because really, the political positions of the members of the Security Council are usually very clear in the decisions that they make. It's usually very clear that they are speaking on behalf of their government.
Thank you very much. And there's a question that was asked of you, Florida, but I wouldn't want you to just have to repeat everything that you said on the international front. But I think the question that is really asked, if I'm paraphrasing you correctly, it's about, here in Rwanda, we have all these very far-reaching laws, but are they as far-reaching as they should? And in the implementation of these laws, when we're prosecuting these genocide deniers here in Rwanda, what are these major challenges that we're encountering? If you could discuss that, please.
So the laws here are actually extremely clear, and the elements of the different crimes, denial, revisionism, minimization, the elements are very clear in there, and the jurisprudence that has come out of the courts is quite clear. But when it becomes international, and perhaps because the gentleman who asked the question is a student, I would like to elaborate to show how difficult it is, even for people who committed genocide, for us to get accountability when they are not within Rwandan borders. If there's somebody, for example, who committed genocide, who is suspected of committing genocide and is based, for example, in Johannesburg, the prosecutor in this country who is trying to get the suspect to be extradited has to understand the laws in South Africa, has to put an arrest warrant and an indictment in the language that is going to be used in the court of law in South Africa. In addition to that, the prosecutor in that country is the one who is going to go and argue the case in the court in South Africa. It's not going to be the prosecutor from Rwanda to go there and argue the case. The prosecutor in that country has zero information about what happened in this country. So now flip it over and make it denial. So imagine a prosecutor in this country sending an indictment in the Netherlands that says the words, that person is sitting over there, he's on YouTube saying cockroaches must be killed. And this prosecutor is supposed to understand it in their own context, because they don't know the context in this country. Sometimes those countries actually do not even have a law condemning this kind of stuff. The other thing that is a huge challenge is that in the countries where it's being perpetrated, the people that want to fight back are not equipped with the right information to actually call it out. I'll give you an example. There was a university in the region, I think it was 2 years ago. Rwandan students in that university organized a commemoration, and they sent an invite to everybody, including alumni, and said, we are going to commemorate the genocide against the Tutsi. One of the professors wrote back to everybody and said, be careful not to call it genocide against the Tutsi, because Hutus died and Twas not exclude other groups that died. And the students in that university obviously were offended, but they didn't know how to react. And if it comes from somebody of authority, it is likely to carry a lot of weight. So apart from ideologues that know the history of this country that are doing this intentionally, a lot of people that promote genocide, denialism, revisionism, and related crimes, in fact, are doing it out of ignorance, because they probably read Michaela Wrong's book or somebody like that, and they think they've figured it out. But on that group, there was an alumni, a student who had been to that university, who read this and decided to write back to everybody and create a teachable moment. And that is what people need to do. There are people that are in these spaces where this stuff is happening in the different countries, but I believe we need to equip them, to educate them with the right tools to be able to fight back. If you're fighting against denialism, against ignorance, but you yourself are not well equipped, you're not going to be successful in what you're doing. So those are the major gaps of what's going on internationally. But on the ground, because we have real life consequences, the investigators and prosecutors in this country take this seriously, and there are statistics which show different categories of these related crimes and how they are being dealt with in courts of law. So our laws are solid, and over time, because sometimes you get criticized using contexts in the Western world, you're using this to do I don't know what, there has to be an understanding that for us in Rwanda, we actually understand the consequences of this. You cannot use the context in Timbuktu to judge a context in Rwanda. Perhaps because of the history of particular countries, there are things that are condemned in those countries which we would not understand in Rwanda because we don't know. It has not been a historical issue for us. But for us, denial, revisionism, and all of that, we know where it leads.
Thank you very much, Florida. And just one very last question so that we can also have questions for our panelists, Dr. Kimonyo and Dr. Ntung. I understand table 25, there's a question on table 25. If you could very, very briefly just ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Gatete Nyingabo and I'm a researcher. I have a question addressed to Dr. Kimonyo. Why is it acceptable that genocide ideology and genocide denial is accepted, encouraged even, and promoted as something enlightened if it is framed as an opposition to the RPF-led, Paul Kagame-led government? So if you present yourself as someone who are opposed to the Rwandan government, to Paul Kagame or to the RPF, you are then given a free pass to say, and the genocide was a lie, or the genocide did not happen, or the Western media's favorite line is they have instrumentalized or sold the genocide to political ends. Why is this something that is acceptable? Would you, for instance, because you do not agree with the government of Benjamin Netanyahu, do anti-Semitism, and that then is accepted and written in the media? Thank you.
Yes. Maybe I'm going to repeat myself, but I think at least for a number of countries or states, the issue again is mostly an issue of political consideration. People or countries, even institutions, by the way, having positions according to their own political calculation, being with Rwanda or an institution in Rwanda. So I think that the issue is really political. Now, before I say that maybe you support or oppose the political project that is beneath this ideology of genocide, there's a third position, which is to be indifferent as well. So I think for these three possibilities, you can understand some of the positioning of states and big institutions. Unfortunately, the ethical element of it, of the whole conversation that we are having on genocide ideology, finally doesn't weight that much, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to close this panel by first thanking you, all esteemed panelists, for sharing your experience and your expertise. It's very well appreciated. I would like to thank the First Lady for being with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, everyone who was here with us today, I would like to thank you for your for being with us and listening to this and being very engaged in this conversation. So without further ado, I'm just gonna let Ayan take over. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for this great conversation. We are now going to stretch our legs and take a breather and go to lunch. It will take place at the Fellini and Auditorium Club. Some ushers will be guiding you. And please, let's try to be back in this room at 1:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you and bon appétit. our seats. We'll be starting soon. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your short break. We will now begin our second and final panel of the day, titled Changing the Narrative, Confronting Complicity. Preventing genocide ideology requires more than condemnation, as we just heard. It requires dismantling the systems, the narratives, and silence that allow it to fester. This panel will explore the role of media, youth, global institutions, and African leadership in refusing to normalize hate, and instead building a future rooted in justice and dignity. Our moderator for this session is Eugene Anangwe. Please come forward. He's a media personality that you all know and a great host. He will be joined by Dr. Donald Kaberuka, former president of the African Development Bank, among others. Professor Kingsley Mugalu, president of the African School of Governance. Madam Eba Kalondo, former spokesperson of the African Union Commission. And Ambassador Peter Farenholtz, former German ambassador to Rwanda from 2012 to 2016. Welcome. Over to you, Eugene.
All right. Thank you. I would like to start this conversation with a clarion call to all of us that we pay maximum attention for us to be able to pick as much as we can. It's going to be an interactive session, and we'll have a session where we'll have questions from the floor. And I believe that it's a discussion that is long overdue, and it's good that we're having it now. Now, I'd like to start off by looking, first of all, at the aspect of international complicity and silence, because this is one of the enablers of the wrong narrative that we continue to see, and also the aspect of complicity. And maybe I'll be able to start, first of all, with Professor Kingsley. This I would love to hear from you, first of all, looking at the aspect of what was said by the world, and we had it also in the previous panel, and the world did say never again in 1994. 31 years later, the genocide ideology is continuing to spread, and also most of the times with silence or sometimes indifference from global powers. What does this enduring inaction reveal about the sincerity of the international commitment to human rights, and how do we dismantle this global complicity that is somehow intentional on this issue?
Thank you very much, Anangwe. Let me begin with a personal story, if you don't mind. When the genocide happened, the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda occurred in 1994. I was a young political affairs officer on the Rwanda desk of the UN headquarters, the UN Secretariat headquarters, the Department of Peacekeeping Operations in New York. I was desk officer for Angola, for Somalia, and Rwanda. And we were so frustrated at the resistance, even to calling what was going on genocide. Why did this happen? And, you know, many people blame the Secretariat of the UN, but the Secretariat is a servant of the member states. And at that time, the most powerful member state, which was the United States, did not want to intervene. They did not want the UN to intervene, and they stopped the UN from intervening in a muscular way. We had UNAMER, but, you know, there were a few countries that had the courage, of which my country, Nigeria, was one of them, in the Security Council to call, a spade and say what was going on was genocide. Nigeria stood up to do so. Corel Kovanda of Czech Republic, I believe, and Keaton of Australia. It's a long time ago, but I remember these three. So the first thing we have to understand is that the interests of powerful states are primary in their calculations. Despite genuflections to human rights and certain principles in international affairs, but national self-interest. And at that time, after what happened in Somalia, where the Americans, were killed, and America just didn't want to intervene again, in Africa. So the first thing is that national interest is what drives the international response. And we see it even now. Now, after that happened, of course, everybody rallied around for the creation of the International Tribunal, which was a secondary response. Having failed to stop or intervene in the genocide, nobody had any objection to those who were the masterminds being called to account. And so later on, I moved to Arusha, to the International Tribunal. I was a legal advisor and the spokesperson for the International Tribunal. And we received a lot of support, including from the United States, to bring to account the high-ranking architects of the genocide. I remember the trial of Bagosora Theonest, who was, by all accounts, the leading conspirator of the genocide. I remember the trial of Jean Kambanda. We remember the trial of Yesu, the mayor, and so on and so forth. And now we see the same thing playing out in the conflict in the neighboring state. What is happening is that, again, interests, this time I would say commercial interests, are driving the response or the non-response. And so everybody's looking at, what profits they can make, and for that purpose, they create a very convenient narrative that is one-sided and fails to address the real underlying causes of what is going on. And by so doing, this attitude is complicity in genocide, in effect, because you have the same spirit, the same ideology operating against certain minorities, but there is no real strong action to make that the centerpiece of the whole discussion. Instead, some secondary narrative is created, but in a silent conspiracy, the global media runs with that narrative. So what this tells me to conclude is this, that African countries owe a responsibility to themselves first and foremost. Govern your countries inclusively. Don't wait for disaster to strike in the hope that some international community, quote unquote, is coming to save you, because their conscience is very selective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for raising that. And I know we will have some time to speak about the power of media and, of course, governance as a tool of prevention. Allow me to cross over to Ambassador Peter, because I know for a fact you've been in the diplomatic scene for quite some time. And just take us through those diplomatic boardroom sessions that probably could be playing out in the sense of what we just talked about earlier on. What guides the decision to actually be either sincere or insincere on the aspect of the commitment to human rights? Because we still continue to see international complicity and silence, like we heard from Prof. Kingsley here. He took us through the history, but now I'm talking about today, because we continue to see this happening today. What usually happens? Most of the time diplomats will say, our hands were tied. What is usually the situation?
The button I have to press now. No, thank you. Yes, I just want to start off. I'm very happy to be back in Rwanda after some years, and I'm retired now, so I only speak for myself. I remember April 94, I was a very young diplomat in Japan, and we had almost no news about this genocide against the Tutsi. There was there was no internet then, obviously. We just had some news on the television, some troubles in Africa. That's all, you see. And that's important to understand that before the age of the internet, it was difficult to get information out of these conflict zones, right? At the present, we can follow exactly what's happening in Sudan because internet seems to be working there, or satellite internet, and so much news is getting out of Sudan, so you can build it. But then, of course, there was only television and newspapers, right? So in that, we did not know what was happening. So in Europe, maybe Europe was so much closer to Africa. So I don't know what happened then, but you see, there was not much knowledge about things in Africa. There was not much understanding, and also there was not so much commitment. We just came out of the Cold War. In the Cold War period, it was very one-dimensional. You were either for us or you were against us. If you were for us, then we would be more willing to help you. And then 94, we had, if I remember correctly, other crises of global impact. I think there was South Africa was moving away from apartheid, the Balkans and so on. And this is no excuse at all. You know, I met General Dallaire several times when I was stationed in Canada. I had long talks with him. I read his book too. And if we understand that how little it would have taken to stop this genocide, at the beginning, the UN mission, the peacekeeping operation, was still strong enough. Yeah. With clear instructions, some reinforcements, this genocide here probably could have been stopped, okay? Now, what happens, something like this, if I imagine being at home, the news come in, the newspaper reports, people will sit down and try to understand what happens. Also, the embassies were evacuated within days from Kigali. So effectively, the flow of information was cut off, right? This does not excuse all the information before the genocide broke out. This has all been documented. Everybody should have known what was coming. We had all this information, you know, the preparations, it was mentioned in the first panel, but it was not acted upon. But after the genocide began, there was very little information coming out, okay? And so governments, some powers had obviously had interests here. Many others did not. It was a lack of interest. It's a lack of humanity, if you like, right? It's a failure. So that's all I can say at the moment.
Yeah. I'm keen to hear what is stopping the world and all of us from stopping a similar genocide in just neighboring DRC, yet all the signs are ripe, and we're talking about never again. And this is where I bring you, Eba, from your thoughts in terms of international silence in that particular sense. We are hearing from the previous speakers that the signs were seen. We could have stopped the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. We have a chance now to stop any of that from happening, and we heard from the previous panel of even how everything that happened here in 1994, genocide against the Tutsis, is what is happening in even neighboring DRC, but it is not being stopped. What is it that makes it very difficult from an international perspective, multilateral perspective, in stopping and nipping it in the bud sooner than later? This is what I'm trying to understand here.
I think we all, oops, sorry. Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry. I think we're all trying to understand that, but I think what we must accept is that, and I'm going to introduce something else, that we are currently sitting or living a global geopolitical era that, for all intents and purposes, has shown us the shortcomings of multilateralism. You might even want to say that multilateralism is sort of the landscape against which the global north exercises competition over us, the Africans, and then also the retreat or the complete disregard of what we all think are accepted global norms of international rules, whatever those might mean, and international justice. When you see, and as we speak today, and I think if we place ourselves in a global context today as to why there is so much silence, then we should probably ask ourselves, how is it possible that a multilateral international system of international order has been completely incapable of stopping the destruction of a people in Palestine for the past 18 months? You can draw the parallels as you will with 1994 and what is happening now. But I think we are living in a world today, 31 years after the genocide against the Tutsi here in Rwanda, where the circle, terrifyingly, is coming full circle. So I think we're asking the wrong questions. I think we should not be asking the why the silence. It's so deafening that the silence in itself is a vocabulary that is extremely eloquent. I think we know the language of silence. We understand it. We should be able to answer it as it is talking to us. I don't think that hearkening to rules or an accepted understanding of who we are as humans is the answer. And I was speaking to Dr. Alex just now that I think that we underestimate the power of shame. And I'm not talking about the shame of victims. It's the shame of those who knowingly compromise on their humanity or their sense of fairness. And when confronted with that absence or that lapse in their sense of fairness or their sense of humanity, rather than want to redeem themselves, shame makes people double down. Not only just double down, shame makes you angry when you are constantly confronted with that lapse of humanity. And I think this is what we are seeing today, partly. Thank you.
But while you still have the mic, I think for institutions like the African Union, for instance, which I know you played a role as the spokesperson of the former African Union Commission chair, these institutions are often seen as too cautious, even when clear signs of danger are actually all out there for all of us to see. How can such institutions, transform themselves into more courageous? We're looking about proactive forces that can be able to defend truths, regardless of how bad it pinches or which side it pinches. And of course, move with urgency as opposed to just sovereignty, which I always see when you talk about such multilateral institutions like AU.
You're absolutely right. And I think Professor Kingsley said it quite succinctly. He said, intergovernmental organizations, of which the African Union is one, are a microcosm of their national governments. And they are not run by their secretariats or the commission per se. The African Union highest decision-making body is its assembly, which are the heads of states. Yeah. And then you've got the commission, which is supposed to be its executive body. And you're absolutely right. I think the African Union is a very unique intergovernmental organization. And I think it was at the time, in 1994, tried But again, it's also an intergovernmental organization with an ambition so vast and so bold that, however it structures, I think the African Union has ambitions of a supranational nature, but we are an intergovernmental organization. I know it sounds, I could explain that, but I think this is not the forum for it. But however, it is an extremely important qualification to make. I'm not making excuses for it at all. But the African Union is also a conglomeration of regional bodies, whether it be the Southern African Development Community, which is SADC, the East African Community, ECOWAS in the West, and UMA, which not many people know of, in the North. And, you know, when you want to go through, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, is that SADC was already, the Southern African Development Community was already in existence by then, but you know, I think in 1994, it was also the year of independence, of freedom for South Africa. You had so many overlapping issues. And again, it's very difficult to understand how to give power to organizations which are led by men, for the most part, and who lead governments. The African Union is many, many countries. Why did the many, many countries not come out to come and, you know, sort of lead the charge for and with Rwanda at the time? So the African Union is sort of a homogeneous sort of blob, but there are countries with names and neighborhoods which are close to this area which is called Rwanda.
Yeah.
So I'd put it that way.
I know both of you want to come in, but allow me to bring in Dr. Kaberuka, because I'm sure he's been listening through and we started. And Dr. Kaberuka, for you, it's very crucial for us to also touch on the nerve of one of the other things that promotes this driving of the wrong narrative and also pushing complicity, and it's what we call economic dependence and the politics of aid. It comes out so strongly because we've seen how aid has been used to maintain influence, silence difficult truths, and avoid justice. My question would be, how can African nations move from this level of dependency and be able to push for self-reliance? Like we've seen Rwanda say, look, we don't care. We'd rather not have your aid, but we'll stand on our feet and not on our knees. I mean, just talk to me a bit about that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here with these colleagues, friends of Rwanda who have joined us. I agree with everything they've said. How Africa becomes less dependent is a big subject. I'm going to come to it another time. But what I want to limit myself today are three things, especially because I can see many young people in the room. There is a saying that history shapes choices. And the history of Rwanda has shaped the choices. And the problem I think Rwanda has had with the international community, not simply in 1994, even thereafter, is that sometimes the international community, or what you call the international community, has no humility not to accept those choices, but to live with them. And so it causes permanent conflict. And I'll give you two examples, just for the benefit of the young people in this room. In 1994, the new government of Rwanda inherited a debt of $1 billion, just under $1 billion. This fact is not well known. And that money had been borrowed by the previous administration in the last 4 years of its life. It has doubled the debt for the country. And so there are many people in the world who said to the government, please don't pay that debt, because that debt was used for prosecuting war and genocide. There are many voices, many NGOs said, don't pay. Now, the government of Rwanda, looking at the global realities and the realpolitik, said, look, that would have been the ideal position in an ideal world, but we will pay. And if I recall, it means that the government of Rwanda, without much means at the time, was paying, budgeting about $3.3 million per year to pay both foreign debt and domestic debt. And it is true, some of those money had been used to buy weapons. That is a fact. At least I was in government at the time, I have some knowledge of it. And eventually, about 10 years later, a lot of that debt was cancelled as part of a general global effort. But until the debt cancellation, Rwanda government was paying the debt. What some people in the NGO community called the debt of genocide. So you would have thought, well, the international community would say, this country has suffered enough, at least let us allow them a moratorium on debt. It didn't happen. So there goes your international community. Or what remains of it. Now let me give you a second example. So in those days, the administration did not have much capacity. So our friends from the UNDP and the World Bank would convene meetings in Geneva, what they call the donors meetings in Geneva, and to try to help the new country administration rebuild itself. Now, incredible amounts were announced, incredible pledges in billions, all right? But two problems. To go from those billions of pledges to commitments to actual disbursement, there was a factor of 1 to 10. So we also grew to understand that, wait a minute, the international community is great at announcing huge, all right? It reads well for the newspapers. But actually, the country has to realize that what will actually end up in your coffers is a very small portion. But there was even a bigger problem, is that those pledges came with conditions which were extremely insensitive of what happened in the country. I'll give you just two. I don't have much time, but I thought I should say this for the young people here. Example, because I can see the Minister of Justice is here. At the time, the prisons of Rwanda were full of genocide suspects, because there was simply not enough space for all these people. And the government was feeding them, waiting to be prosecuted through a court system which was not meant for millions of criminals. And one of the conditions which were being given in these pledges was release those prisoners. Can you imagine? Or judge them. They knew very well there's no country in the world that had the capacity to prosecute and judge millions of suspects in these conditions. But they were saying, we'll give you money if you do this. Now, I'm going to say something which is not well known here. Sometimes you have to say things which... there was only one European minister, God bless him. He was from Netherlands. His name was Jan Pronk. Jan Pronk. I asked the Minister of Justice to check and confirm if I'm wrong. He came to see us and he said, look, what the international community is asking you to do is unreasonable. But we want you to get the funding, so can I help you? And he said, I was in that meeting, he said, I've got about $100 million for macroeconomic support. Would you allow us to take some of that money, build a prison in Rwanda to help you deal with this problem so at least you can get... So Minister of Justice, check for me. I think the government then really, given the circumstances, agreed. So the prison was built, I think, somewhere in the southern province. Minister, am I right? Yes. And by the way, it is being used also for some of these guys who have been trying Arusha. Those were the contradictions in the international. So I said history shapes choices, and I'm ready, if you give me more time later, I can tell you the kind of choices which were shaped by that understanding. But I just give you one. One choice the government of Rwanda subsequent over years was an acute clarity and resolute defense of its national interest. Now, a country in Africa which agrees to say, I will defend my national interest, whether it is domestic policy, social political choices, foreign policy, security policy, will always come into clash with the international community.
Correct. Yeah.
Because you are defining a national interest. In a way, they are not used to. And I end by telling you, I can articulate later what I mean by this.
Yes, you can. Yes.
But at the time Rwanda was getting on its feet, I want you to remember, Somalia was in chaos. Liberia was in chaos. Sierra Leone was in chaos. Angola was in chaos. And I can't think of many other countries. Some of those countries are still, frankly, a long, long way. But Rwanda, by making these choices I've just made, was able to make headway. It does not go down very well with the international community because what you call the international community like you to address your problems their way. So when you have countries who say, no, I've made my choices, I defend my national interest, this how they are, whether it is domestic policy, foreign policy, security policy, social choices, you come into clash with the international community, and that is it should be. But I'm happy to explain what I mean by this. But I just want to end by saying that my colleagues have articulated what happened in 1994. That has continued over the years. So if you ask me about what's happening in the great neighborhood here, what amazes me is how countries so far away can pretend to have solutions for people in the region. You'd have thought they would be humble enough to say, look, we don't know enough. Let us lead from the back. Let us ask, what do you want us to do to help you? No, they would jump to give you solutions from the front line. And is there any surprise that those things don't work? You can use threats, you can use all kind of international condemnations. But when you do that, two things happen. You become irrelevant to the solution, and you become a complication to the problem. This all happens.
Thank you. We'll come back to hear more on that. I saw Prof. Kingsley, you were raising your hand. You wanted to step in on this.
I'll back up what Donald is saying, but I wanted to go back to history a little bit, again to refresh because of the young people here. In 1994, many of us do not know or do not remember that Rwanda, the government that conducted the genocide against the Tutsi, was a rotating member of the UN Security Council. We often forget this. And so in the council, when I would go for meetings of the council as a political officer on behalf of the peacekeeping department to cover the meetings, the ambassador of Rwanda at the time in the council was saying, of course, there is no genocide going on. And many countries, part of the complicity was that many countries used that as a cover. Well, the ambassador of the country is denying this. We respect member states. So what are we to do? Meanwhile, then you had Nigeria, Czech Republic, and all of arguing against the ambassador of Rwanda about what was happening in Rwanda. So this is just one historical piece I wanted to mention. The other thing I wanted to mention is that when the trials began, like I said, everybody agreed that there would be war crimes, genocide trials, crimes against humanity, war crimes, all of that. But we found that at the end of the day, the lives of the victims of the genocide were discounted by the so-called international community. They were very focused on war crimes trials in the former Yugoslavia. And all they wanted to do was to paint a negative image of the International Tribunal for Rwanda. Meanwhile, as far as international law was concerned, we were doing a lot more of the heavy lifting. We were dealing with genocide. And so I, as the spokesperson, had to work very hard to change this narrative, bringing up the importance of what happened in Rwanda and why the search for justice was also important. Then, to conclude, let me just back up what Donald said. You see, the fundamental mistake African countries make is to continue to put their faith in some so-called international community. It's an aspirational phrase. The reality of life is that there is an anarchical international society of states. Each one is pursuing their own interests. Now, they came up with this name of the international community after the end of the Cold War, but the very nature of the international system did not change. So you have people saying that we're a community so that they will lull the unsuspecting into comfort, and everybody, you assume everybody is at the table of the community. But the fact of the matter is that some people are at the table and others are on the menu. And some are having others for lunch. So this is just what I wanted to say to back up what Donald
Very interesting point to bring there, and brings me to Ambassador Peter, because I like the fact that you said now you're retired and you can spill some more, and this is where I want to bring you in on this. The architecture of aid, because maybe we've been having misconceptions or perceiving it differently from the outside. It's always been seen as a tool to actually hide or to silence the difficult truths. I'd like to hear your thoughts. I mean, just again, if you allow, take us to the boardrooms, those meetings where you're now planning this. I mean,
right, but just let me take up what you said, your criticism of multilateralism. Indeed, multilateralism is struggling and dysfunctional sometimes. Also remember the genocide in Cambodia, 1975. 4 years until the neighboring country, Vietnam, intervened and stopped the genocide. I absolutely agree with that. But the global rules-based order is the only one we have, and we need to reform it, we need to improve it. And one point how we can improve it is to add in its task priorities genocide prevention, to enshrine it even more firmly as one of the priority tasks of the United Nations and other international institutions. Another point I wanted to make about the crisis here in the region. When I look at my own country, well, diplomats know everything anyway, right? They're well informed, okay? But the general public, there's hardly any information about what's happening in the Kivus, in the normal media. You have to look for it. You can find it, yes. But then it's not in our language, it's in French or English. I think that plays a very important role. I don't know how we can improve on that. Because the brutal truth is that our politicians, or maybe any politicians, will only act if they're pushed. Out of own incentive, they have their plate full of tasks and things to do. There where there's pressure, they will act on, right? So this would mean how can we transport information, the truth and the facts about what is happening, for example, in the Kivus, into, for example, my country, and to have it more widely known, and because this will create on politicians. Now, talking about aid, I read Dambusas Moyo's book, Dead Aid, and I loved it. And I remember, I don't know if I remember correctly, but I remember 2012 or 2013, President Kagame said, we want to end aid. Aid is not permanent. It's something to get you started, you know, and to accompany you, but it's not a permanent thing. And I always remember that, how he said that, and that's absolutely true. And what you said is right. Don't depend on others. If you're in trouble, you need to be autonomous. You need to be able to protect yourself. That is one of the lessons when we look at human history, right? Who can you depend on to invest hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to send down soldiers? It takes a lot of money and effort to do something, to intervene. You must be able to help yourself, and then maybe you can look at your friends and ask them to assist you in this.
Yeah.
The problem is, of course, with the genocides, usually it's the state against its own citizens. So that's the problem, right? And if this is happening in your neighboring country, what is your moral obligation when you look across the border into your neighboring country and you see people being massacred? Maybe even people of your own national or ethnic group, right? What should you do then? Of course, the first thing would be to rely on the international community. But what if nothing happens? Are you just supposed to wait and watch these people getting killed? That's, I don't think that's a real option. So,
yeah. Dr. Kaberuka wanted to do a response on that as well.
Just for coming back, because I didn't answer your question about aid. I would urge that we don't waste too much time on this for 3 reasons. The aid system, the aid architecture we have known for the last 60 years is over. I think if you wanted a signal that is over, it is not Trump and the closure of USAID. It is the British government cutting down aid almost by half to finance rearmament and defense. And that is a trend across Europe. I can't blame them. They say they have enemies in the neighborhood. So what they have done is to say, okay, we have done aid for 60 years. Now we have got our own problems. And the first one is rearm ourselves, prepare for war. It's a choice they have made. So it's important to say that. We could stand here lamenting about aid is over, but that's it. It had an exit. Exit had come earlier than we thought. So that is it. Now, our president hosted some ministers, African ministers of health, for a dinner 2 days ago. I was pleasantly surprised to see what the ministers are saying. Okay, our sectors have depended on some aid for a long time. Disease burden had been, reduced. Life expectancy has improved. Child mortality has gone down. But now it is time for us to assume our responsibility, and we will. Each minister was saying, look, we will. It won't happen overnight, but this is how it will happen. Every country is different. How every country responds to this reduction in what you call aid will vary. Look, Kingsley's country here, he's my friend, so I can say to him. They collect 7% of revenue to GDP. That is the lowest on the African continent. In Nigeria, he agrees. The average for low-income countries in Sub-Saharan Africa is 15%. So which means Nigeria is able, over a couple of years, to bring its revenues to at least the average for Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I'm not competent to say why, but I believe every African country will respond in its own ways. So let's not waste too much time on aid. I think it's a relevant subject. I think what you want to ask us is what is the impact of weaponization of aid?
Yes. As a tool.
When aid moves from being an act of solidarity to achieve particular social development outcome to become a weapon of influence.
Yes.
Is that what we're asking?
Yes, that's the question.
If that's the question, I'll be happy to answer that later.
Awesome.
But I want us to separate the two. I think aid, where it has been effectively delivered, has achieved some results. And I think we are to thank partners. In areas where it has not been effectively deployed, it has led to a number of deleterious consequences, even unintended consequences. But I think one of them, I think what the German ambassador is saying is that the spirit of dependency without an exit point, had created undermined capacity of our countries to do long-term planning for the exit. Mm-hmm. And so this wake-up call is important because now it opens the door for us to plan long-term in terms of how we depend on trade and investments like all countries have done. But it's a big subject.
It is.
But I want you to separate this issue of aid and what has done or not done, and aid weaponization, which is aid being used as a diplomatic tool or even a military tool to achieve particular political or diplomatic outcomes.
Yeah.
The two are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Very different. And I want us now to open the floor, and then I'll come back to the panel just to be able to pick your questions. If you do have a question, I see table 18. There's someone who wants to ask a question. Please pass the mic. Please keep it short. You can introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Ladislas Ngendahimana, and I'm a political analyst. My question goes to Ambassador Peter Fannerholt. From the discussions of the previous panel and this one, we can link genocide ideology and the aid dependence. These two might be linked in a way or another. And particularly in the Great Lakes region of Africa, these two are associated or linked to the colonization of which Europe or European countries have a role or are responsible for. And today we see that these countries are using sanctions again against the same countries or strengthening some of these peoples who have been victims of this. What could be your message to those countries? Thank you.
Yes. About colonialism? Yeah, just again, aid being used as a weapon, as a tool, the dependency on it. What sort of feedback, comment, message do you have on this?
Well, on aid, I share Donald's view. I mean, it's a tool which you can use like a jack to change your tire or to fix your car, right? If aid is instrumentalized for political or diplomatic purposes, which happens from everybody, it's not only the West, it's also the others, right? There is the other side who lets itself being instrumentalized. It is up to African governments to say, no, we won't do that. It's the African elites who have the responsibility to say, no, just go away. We will not be pushed into doing something that you like, and you blackmail us by withdrawing money. About colonialism, of course, I think that a lot of work has been done on colonialism and its consequences in neo-colonialism. My advice would be don't blame everything on colonialism. I mean, so many decades have passed. Many African countries, 62, Guinea even before, there were so many decades. The trap is if you blame it on some outside forces, you will not hold yourself accountable. I'm not denying the negative consequences of colonialism, especially also Germany looking at Namibia, absolutely. But what is happening now is also responsibility of the nations, the peoples, and the governments in charge now.
Yeah, thank you. Prof. Kingsley, you want to add your voice to that?
I just wanted to quickly say that on the matter of aid, of course it's over, as Donald explained, but I want us to understand the damage that the aid system did to Africa. It is huge. In my book, it is one of the major causes of Africa's underdevelopment today, because no country in the world has ever been developed by another country. Can somebody show me an example? So when Donald says that aid had some uses, he's speaking in the Rwandan context. Rwanda is an outlier. It is one of the few countries in Africa, there may be 2 or 3, that ever used aid the way it was, or let's say for its own purpose as a country. I was part of the aid system internationally in the UN, and we knew that Rwanda was a performing country. So we would put it aside. But all the other countries were not performing. So let's not take the example of Rwanda and make it the experience of Africa with aid. The other thing I want to say is that, I mean, you know, aid is simply a tool for the projection of worldviews. It's a tool for dominion and influence. And that's why Asia, like China or Brazil or India, they received aid briefly and quickly graduated to giving aid because they wanted to compete with the West for influence. And aid was the tool to do so. But I also want to say that Africans should look at Asia when we talk about colonialism. Colonialism is a fact of history. And we know that it played a very important role in genocide ideology, especially in this country. Even in my own country, colonialism also played a major role in some of the ethnic conflicts and wars. The Civil War of 1967 to 1970, 3 million people dead. Unlike Rwanda, you know, all the people, leaders so-called, want to brush it under the carpet. Nobody wants to confront it, and so there's no healing, you know. And that's a lesson that can be learned from Kwibuka, I think, about the power of memory, remembrance, and healing. But we should not blame. Asia has moved ahead, despite having been colonized, and Africa should stop giving excuses with colonialism. Now, that's not to say that we take away from its role in some peculiar circumstances, especially as we're discussing genocide. There was a very powerful role there.
Thank you for bringing that up. I want to give a chance, table 27, just for purposes of regional balance. Let's cross to this side. Regional balance. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Michael Butera. I'm Chief Technical Advisor, Minister of Justice, and thank you for the great insights from the panel. My question is slightly different, and as a young person born after the genocide, the legacy of the international community that we have is one of very much selective silence and intentional complicity. And it gets confirmed every time. You know, I'm very young and I get cited on social media. So when I'm trying to scroll what's happening, most of the time you end up on X, and what you see is overwhelming evidence of what's happening in the DRC. You know, very barbaric actions, people being burnt alive and all that. It seems to me that there hasn't been lack of information, and both to international community, but Africa. So my question is, what do we do with this information? We seem to wait to the international community for it to see. It seems that specific reports from specific regions have to carry some specific credibility than that raw footage coming from Goma. The reports from the group of experts have to go, you know, through New York to carry some weight so that we can react. And then we still sit and really call out international community. Now for African leaders, for individual countries, why can't we call this out? And what does it take to have this narrative sovereignty, information sovereignty, that information from Africa Action can call for action? But it just seems that, you know, when we try to rope in international community, we're trying to say, look, we don't have that credibility as African leaders, African countries, to move forward until we move as a collective. Trying to understand, I mean, it might sound very naive, but if I was the chairperson of the African Union, I would have moved, but stopped all this. But I want to hear from you. Where's the catch? Why does it have to take so long? You know, very passive communications, self-conscious, very, you know, self-censored. So I would want to hear more from the panel, the perspective that you have on this. Thank you.
Maybe you can, while you still have the mic, I want to pass this over to you as a young person.
Yes.
What do you think is your role, first of all? Because you spoke about the digital space where all the propaganda is actually happening, the misinformation, disinformation. How can your voice actually, not just you alone, but young people your age, be able to be utilized in a way to actually, deal with this disinformation that we're seeing? What role do you think you can play as a young person, even before we talk about the leaders, even before we talk about the African Union?
Thank you so much. So I think that young people have become critical digital narrators. We narrate about what's happening, and most of them are getting informed. So they read a lot of reports, get to hear from the people who live these experiences. And I think one of the front lines of the young people been trying to do is, pushing back on these narratives, genocide denial, clarifying what it is. So I think one of the contributions from young people, and we've seen this from young people from Rwanda and the East African region, they've been formed a very, concrete reaction points where they have this specific understanding of what happened in this country, but also what's happening in the rest of the world. To just come out with these campaigns where people push back on these, falsifications, clarify them. But again, they just seem to be limited to social medias. And action points now have to be taken by, I think, the leaders who are in these positions to act.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, it's very good. Thank you. I'll bring it back to the panel. I mean, what can leaders now do? Yes, the young people can push, but then actual concrete decisions have to be made at institutional levels, and they're feeling let down as young people from that particular note. Maybe what could be your thoughts? Maybe Eba, I'll bring you in on this, Eba.
I imagine this is working. The issue of political leadership is central to all of this, and it is also central to what we should be talking about, how it is that some countries or some leaders and some political systems, the social contract that comes through the political system in countries determines how people see themselves as citizens or not, I think. And when you have political systems where there is a concerted effort to exclude some citizens through the differentiation or the hierarchy, or making a hierarchy around who is a citizen, or who is a better citizen, I don't think, I think that informs how people think of what the state and that type of leadership should do to be able to deploy power, state violence, to bring together that notion of citizenship. What we saw in Rwanda 31 years ago is exactly that. The lack of political leadership that brought about a social contract that actively legitimized the exclusion of citizens purely on the basis of what they look like or how they are perceived by part of that citizenry. So when you talk about political power and political leadership and what we should expect from it, especially in Africa, is that, Rwanda is a political system born of a social contract that came about through this terrible legacy that happened 31 years ago and from beyond. And I think that we should probably think about it as to why it is that that seems to be a threat for others. Does it expose the lack of political leadership or the ability to be able to create a social contract between citizens and within a country? Or why is it that one of the most aspirational political systems in countries today, and like Rwanda, after being able to come out from the ashes from 1994, or even a place like South Africa. I come from Southern Africa. You know, for a country to have come out of apartheid and to have come out of a genocide, these are two of the most important aspirational notions of governance and political leadership. How they then evolve is another question. But I'm not quite sure how to articulate it, but I'm trying to ask myself as well, why is it that there is such a lack of political and operational solidarity, intra-African solidarity, with these aspirational notions of how we want to see ourselves as Africans, whether we are Rwandans or others, in countries with examples that Rwanda has been able to give us. I do think that it is extremely difficult for political leaders, and having been in a space of African political leadership, is that Rwanda is a very unique example of aspiration, admiration, envy, and some discomfort. Because I think, I need to speak to this.
Yeah, please do.
Rwanda did this, but you know when there's a guy in the class, in your classroom, he doesn't do very much, or he's kind of by himself, he gets bullied, and then one day he says, you know what, that's enough. You want to be him? You kind of fear him because he boxed you? And then he really becomes the most popular guy in class, but people still don't like him. You don't understand why. I think we carry within us, as Africans, our own wounds of unattained leadership, it's very difficult for leaders to come together and say, so what did you do to get where you are? And because, again, and I'm going to go left ways, power on our continent is very male. And male power seems to depend a lot on what it considers virile, and it doesn't ask for help. I think we need to ask each other for help. And Rwanda has done so much. When you say remember, unite, and renew, you can only renew if you remember. If you have the capacity through remembering to unite and then renew. Some of us who kept silent, or who did nothing, or who did too little. This is where I was coming through from shame. Don't underestimate the power of shame, which hinders us and constrains us to come and ask real questions, to come together to be able to solve common questions. Why is it that Africans will come together to fight each other rather than to accept and acknowledge, or at least accept that maybe the enemy is not ourselves, and that maybe we should look to other things where the enemy is. I don't know where I went with that, but
Thank
I hope
you.
I helped.
Thank you, Eba. Thank you so much. And before I go to table 16, I saw a hand there. Professor Kingsley, your work is really well cut out at the African School of Governance. If we hear what Eba is saying, and I wanted to understand in terms of how governance in itself can be used as a tool that is long-term for prevention of genocide negationism and even perpetration of genocide. What's in the pipeline for you in that sense, and how would you respond to that question?
Yeah, it's very fundamental to the vision behind the African School of Governance, which is a new graduate school of public policy that was co-founded by His Excellency President Paul Kagame and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. And I was appointed the inaugural President and Vice Chancellor in October. What do we intend to do? We intend to be a game changer regarding governance in Africa. And here's how we're going to do it. The problem, we all agree, and the co-founders agreed, that Africa's fundamental problem is governance deficit. So how do you address the governance deficit? You address it by governance education for as many Africans as possible. One, to create a pipeline of future leaders, while you're also catering to the current leaders using executive education, short courses. They don't have 2 years to come and spend in a master's program, which we will have for young mid-career professionals. So we intend to educate a new generation of Africans, not just with the knowledge, not just with the skills, but more importantly, with the mindset for transformative governance. And transformative governance includes governing for results. And that means you must have stability. And how do you have stability? You must have inclusion, inclusive governance. We will teach in the African School of Governance that a fundamental problem of state formation in Africa is the artificial boundaries that colonialism created, lumping ethnic nations in different countries. And that this must be addressed as a foundational starting point in governance in Africa. African states are not nation states. They're countries, but they're not nations. So you can't make progress if you don't build a nation, such as Rwanda is trying to do after the genocide. But I want to say something that is also very practical. We will also teach that it is important to avoid exchanging one hegemony for another. In many countries, we have this. In my country, for example, you have, let me go back to Switzerland, for example. Switzerland is a multi-ethnic nation. And they have recognized this by creating a rotational presidency among all the 26 cantons. In Nigeria, for example, this debate has raged for years. Should we have a rotational presidency? And so what we have had is that one representative of an ethnic group comes to power and sees it as their turn for their own hegemony. And they will do it for 8 years, and another group will come. Instead of actually beginning the healing process, the nation building process, they just go to the lowest common denominator. It's our turn. So we will teach in the African School of Governance that we must go beyond this and actually begin to build nations with effective governance, efficient governance, with a social contract that caters to all citizens, with leadership example. The inspiration of a leader who governs in a certain way is very strong. And I think Rwanda does provide a good example of that. And so, I know, I don't want to crack this joke here, but I know some people who met the president, some people from my country, who met the president of Rwanda somewhere and went up to him and said, please, can you come and be the president of Nigeria? And the president of Rwanda just laughed, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have leadership, which is that vision, then you must translate it with governance that has the skills and has the mindset, purpose-driven. That's it. That mindset training is what will distinguish the African School of Governance from most other institutions in the continent, because most institutions focus on the knowledge, the skills. We all know, you know, the Constitution and all of that, but the heart, the mindset, we will focus very heavily on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. For purposes of gender balance, we've done regional. Let's do gender balance. Table 16. Alice, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm Alice Karekezi from the University of Rwanda. And I want to say that I'm very grateful for the political economy lenses that have been brought into the conversation. And I find it a very important compliment compared to the previous panel. If anything, the current situation in Eastern DRC has done one thing, to force us to confront at least two things: the naturalization of hate speech and the genocide denial, and the naturalization of a narrative that designates who must die and who is licensed to kill. Unfortunately, the exploitation of the genocide ideology has been there, and today we cannot shy away with that, in spite of the global narrative. But Mr. Ambassador, while I totally agree with you as former colonized that we need to bear responsibilities for our present and our future, don't you have the impression when you look at Congo today that we are in the beginning of what was the conference, the Berlin Conference? Because we cannot shy away from the responsibility of the state of Congo, whatever it is, and I say that with a lot of pain. I was born and grew up there, so it is not something that I say easily. But when I look at the positions of great powers, it seems as we have a different Leopold II, and now for each power to have a bit of piece of Congo, the position is there. Why is it we have amnesia here? And why we cannot also confront the fact that colonialism is back? What's your take on that, Ambassador? Thank you.
Right, go ahead.
Well, I believe I mentioned already that colonialism was not good. But you know, if you look at history, if you look back at 5,000 years of human civilization, you will find many things which were not good, right? This is human nature, and it's not an excuse, and it does not make it better. It does not make it well. What we need to do is to avoid things like this happening again, and this, I think, this was what your question was leading to. If we talk about neocolonialism, well, it's, for me as a German, it's difficult to grasp because I don't think my country has any neocolonial ambitions. We come out of the 2 world wars, Holocaust. We are quite aware of our responsibilities and we are trying our best. What we try to do is to have win-win situations, to do business together, to work together economically. Yes, we also try to do effective development assistance with all its deficits. But what I'm afraid of is that we are now moving into a new period of confrontation of global powers. We came out of the Cold War in 1990, and then we had 3 decades, and when some people even postulated the end of history, but the history never ends, you see. And now we have challenges. And we must be very careful to navigate this. We don't want to go back to a situation where we look at another country, another continents, and we value them if they're for us or they're against us. Are they now more for the others or are they more for us? This is something that we need to avoid, but we can only avoid this if we renovate the rules-based international order. Because there's no alternative. If we drop this, if this multilateralist system weakens or disappears, we will be back to where we were in the 19th century, basically, simplistically, right? So we need to work harder on international cooperation to improve the multilateral system, the global institutions, United Nations, African Union, other continental organizations and regional organizations, and to give them more, even maybe more powers, right? In Europe, we ended centuries of conflicts and wars by putting aside national pride and many of our interests. We still have our interests. But if you look at the European Union, we managed to create a space of peace and prosperity in a sustainable way. So I'm not saying that this is something that can be applied one-to-one anywhere else in the world, but it gives us the hope that if we want to, we can achieve this. We can achieve regional or even continental peace and stability and prosperity if the people and the leaders want to. It's possible. Who would have thought 100 years ago what Europe could achieve to do? It was inconceivable. We had fascism, we had communism, we were killing each other, we had genocides ongoing, that we overcame this, where we had to go through hell to finally understand that we need to do it better. Maybe that's a human weakness. We have to experience the worst before we really understand that we have to improve our performance. So this is a note of hope. If we want to, we can do this.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Time is not our ally at this point, and so I want to just do one round of closing remarks, but I would like us to do it in this fashion. I'll be able to ask for a call to action, but also I need each one of you to give your personal commitment. It can be you as an individual or the institution that you represent, on how to ensure that we all fight the complicity, confront it, and also deal with the narratives that are not real on issues to do with the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. And I'll start with you, Dr. Kaberuka. If you could recommend one urgent, concrete action to stop the spread of genocide ideology, whether at a policy level, education, diplomacy, or leadership, what would it be? And then your commitment.
Okay. Let me just say a joke I was saying to a colleague here, a European colleague, no names, I don't want to embarrass you. You know, I said to this person that one of the heads of states on the current panel put in place by the African Union, SADC, and EAC was a young peacekeeper in Bukavu in 1962, a young lieutenant. 1962. It goes that long.
That long, yeah.
I also tease this person that around 1964, once the first wave of refugees from Rwanda were going to Eastern Congo, there were troubles there, including involving European mercenaries. And so some Rwandan refugees had to be evacuated by the UN to Tanzania. There might be some descendants of them in this room. That is 1964. So for me, this suggests something different. I have some disagreement with my friend Kingsley here, because I'm on the board of the School of Governance, so I should be careful what I say to him. I don't agree that Africa has no nation states. Nation states are formed. The idea that Europeans are now nation states, I don't buy either. They have gone through a long history, through the Congress of Vienna, through the Treaty of Rome, things they have done. Let alone that they have caused 2 world wars, which were European wars, fought elsewhere in the world. But they've come around it by accepting the reality on the ground. So I've said to one audience here, I've forgotten, when the African Union was being formed, there is a principle there. It's called the intangibility of frontiers. However, it had conditions. It had conditions. You really cannot choose and pick people in your country. Those you consider to be citizens and those you consider to be foreigners. Because every country in Africa will be torn apart. So, genocide by its definition cannot happen unless it is enforced by the state. Right? Look at Armenia, look at Germany, look at Cambodia, it is the state which enforces the genocide. In this case, if there is a functioning state in this great neighbor, a functioning state, able to accept the rights of all citizens, there cannot be genocide. All right? Because the monopoly of power, the monopoly of violence is in the hands of the state. All right? If it has issues, it can ask for help from others. But you cannot really say that, I've said this once in Nairobi, that a government in Tanzania would wake up and say the Maasais of Tanzania should go back to Kenya. Or the Hausas of Nigeria should go to Nigeria. All right?
Yep.
Every single African country would be happy. So, the thing we must do at the African School of Governance, really to say, okay, what are the responsibilities of the state in this era? And I've said to you before, here, I went to Zianangwe, that for me, a state must have a certain attributes to fulfill its role. Number one, it must be a state that governs for all, not for some. Let alone it must be a clean state, must deliver services, must be accountable. But it must be start by governing for everyone. All religious groups, all ethnic groups, all geographies. If it doesn't do that, then we have roots of what is happening. It's so important, I say this. Yesterday I had an argument with a friend about how did genocide happen in Cambodia? It happened because there was a group of people there, okay? Okay, pursuing a particular objective. Okay? Until they were defeated by the Vietnamese. All right? I know the Vietnamese were attacked for going to Cambodia. It's a long story. I don't want to go there. But I just want to say genocide can only be stopped by a functioning state. If there's no functioning state, all right, and that state then facilitates genocide, that will happen. But number two, which I really want to say, because you have asked for my commitment, I was asked by the African Union some time back to help them set up a peace fund for the African Union. So I set it up. They'd asked us to find just about $5 million, but then we could leverage with the UN. We set it up. We set up governance structures. Okay? But of course, they have issues on how to utilize it. But what I find discouraging that African countries today are still dependent on foreign countries, even for simple things we should be doing. So if I were to make any commitment is to say, to continue working with the African Union, to ensure that we reduce the vestiges of dependency on foreign countries, because that undermines the independence of the African Union. The level of interference in matters of African Union is simply amazing. At one point during our summit, you'd find the hall full of all these people from outside. And the decision has to be taken, no, this is a meeting of African heads of state. Can you imagine the European summit inviting African heads of state to sit in that room? So I think the commitment we can make here is to say that we should all agree to work together to strengthen our regional organizations, to strengthen the African Union, to strengthen its instruments. I just end by saying to Anangwe that the young man here talked about the narrative. You know, narrative, the way it is defined today. I recall during the global financial crisis, we were told that Africa would be the continent most to suffer. Frankly, I did not see why. And we emerged. Then we were told during COVID that African countries will be the countries most to suffer. In fact, we emerged. But better some of the rich countries. Because there are things like African Center for Disease Control. Right? So I do believe that with all the challenges we face, we can overcome them. But we will not overcome them by depending on others to come and resolve issues for us or prescribe for us what to do. All right? Whether it is in the domain of peace and security, pandemic management, economic management, it has to be our internally generated solutions within Africa.
Thank you. Prof. Kingsley?
I agree with everything my brother Donald has said. And so you can see that all of us in the African School of Governance were carefully selected. So I have nothing further to say, but to align with him. Yeah, thank you.
What's your commitment? Oh, you align. That's what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
copy paste.
Let me say, specifically concerning commitment, that as president of the African School of Governance, I can commit, and I do commit, to doing my very best, working with colleagues, the faculty, the board, including Donald and others, to raise a new generation of African leaders who will govern competently, in a visionary manner, fairly, justly, and inclusively, and who will see, by the time they graduate through the African School of Governance, the futility of the ideology of genocide.
Right. Thank you. I'll cross EBA. I'll come to you later. I want to hear Ambassador Peter. What's your closing remarks? What's your parting shot? We've talked for over an hour, and where do we go from here? And then what's your commitment?
Right. It's important to look forward. What will we do? Everything that has been said today was very deep and wise and true. But what will we do? I have 3 ideas I would like to put forward about this region. It's not about the diplomatic efforts. I don't know enough about that. One is, obviously, we heard about more than 1,000 indicted perpetrators of the genocide still roaming around, half of them in the DRC and the other half somewhere else. I mean, these people have been indicted by an international court. These people should be brought to justice. This should be a task for the international community. It's not so hard. We know these people, we have the names, we have a list. This should be done. Secondly, by the way, in Germany, we tried and sentenced several FDLR leaders to prison sentences. Secondly, the FDLR, if you remember, there were efforts to pursue and destroy the ADF in eastern Congo, even involving 1 or 2 Western powers, I don't remember. So I think the FDLR needs to be destroyed if necessary, or dismembered. It should not exist anymore. And this is what we need, some commitment for this to happen. How can it be? Imagine, it's a bit maybe simplistic comparison, a Nazi SS division, fully armed, operating somewhere. Nobody would tolerate that. But this is what we're having with the FDLR, right? Sometimes they're weak, if necessary, they're armed and they get strong again. Why is this outfit still out there, you know? It's, thirdly, I would like to think about, when we look at the reform of the international system, to establish once genocidal actions are observed anywhere, to have an automatic triggering system, triggering compulsory action, which cannot be vetoed. It's compulsory for the international institution, be it the African Union, for example, or United Nations, or whatever other regional organization, continental organization there may be, to follow up on this immediately. Yes, details have to be worked out. It's never that easy, but we always see, even if we get information, there's no action, right? So if we have an automatic triggering mechanism to at least send missions to find out exactly what's happening on the ground and even take further action, and without any veto possibilities by the Security Council, this may be helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What's your commitment? Just one line. Commitment?
Well, you know, I'm just a retired civil servant, but I will do whatever I can. I like the people in this region, and I've spent several years of my life here. I even grew up 3 years in Sudan when I was a very small child. I've worked in Ethiopia, I've worked in Eritrea, I've spent more than a year in Nigeria. I like this region, and I will do whatever I can to contribute in a constructive way, or where I am needed, I will commit myself.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Peter. Eba, you have the last word. What's your parting shot? If we were to remember anything from this conference, what would that be? And how do we keep the Renew, Unite, the Remember, Unite, Renew alive? And what's your personal commitment to ensure that all that we've had here, it falls in the right place?
I think I would speak to 31-year-olds who are Rwandan. I would want to be able to...
Move the
you
mic.
Can't hear me?
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't hear me? Sorry. Hello?
Yeah.
It's okay now? Sorry, I think I would want to address 30-year-olds. In my country, we would call you born frees. And my children are born free, unlike myself. And you were born free. If you are 30-year-old in Rwanda today. And I've been thinking about what you might think of what Remember, Unite, Renew would mean for you. I think I would really be interested to listen to 30-year-old Rwandans today, especially knowing that this is a generation that lives much of their personalities and even their physical sense of citizenship is lived digitally. So you are also confronted with this barrage of opinions of you, of yourself, of your country, coming back at you. I would like to know how it is that you are able, or what kind of coping strategies 30-year-old Rwandans can be expected to have, just being assaulted by information, by disinformation, which for most part is also genocide denials, which denies one's heritage, one's past, and being the previous generation, which is 31-year-old and older, who have been keepers of a memory that is also a legacy of indescribable loss. What does a 30-year-old Rwandan today take forward or define what it means to go forward from being a keeper of memory and liberate yourself to be something else? We're moving into a second generation of survivors and citizens who are trying to define themselves as themselves. For me, I would like to actively listen to how you would want to remember, so that you can unite and to renew to become what for the next 30 years. And my personal commitment is to, if you allow, to actively listen to you, whether it's tidy or untidy. But I do feel on to fight. And I think the only direction is dukomeze, and my commitment would be to be here to listen to you and to promise to be an active ally. That's what I would
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to our panel. Thank you very much. We'll now hand over back to the amazing Masters of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can continue to help me thank our great moderator and our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our moderators and for these days and our panelists for helping us name the challenges and envision pathways forward. And as we conclude this conference, we gather that although challenges